Hello Blend folks, welcome and welcome back to Gnomes. Let's change the soundtrack here. Hold on. Alright, so here we got some news. I'm actually, by the title, I think I'm going back for the roots of my arts, which are 2D, right? But now I know also 3D, so why not 2.5D? Yeah, this crazy things that some few artists have developed some in Blender, right? The grease pencil, we can make some integration of 2D and 3D artwork, right? I never was able to do this properly. Grease pencil for me it's very hard, but it has been improving the tool, and I have been improving in the generic workflows in Blender. And so for me, it's not that I burned out of 3D character making, like but the fact is that the pipeline of production, or I would call instead pre-production, everything about CG artwork when it comes to stylized, good adaptation, at least in my case, character style, right, from 2D reference, it's feasible, but it's excruciating. Everything is hard, and if you make one mistake at the very early stage, and sometimes you are improving, you want to make the change, right? And so for someone like me, fidelity with the stylistic approach, so it's just like it doesn't pay off. I think it is doable, but you know, so this is why now more than ever before, I think I'm start to get I'm sort of trying to convince myself that okay, let's try the 2.5D dimension, right? So it's like, in my case, it would be, of course, drawing the characters with grease pencil. Yeah, all the character things in 2D. Maybe some props, maybe not. Yeah, this is a complicated techniques, right? So maybe props 2D also. It doesn't matter. But essentially the characters in 2D. Although, yeah, I couldn't choose some mannequin, some dummy for perspective. So this is even a 2D traditional art technique. So if you are in 3D, why not use this? No cheating here. It's just a natural way of doing things. But yeah, then you need to rig a mannequin, something like that. How do you call mannequin? A dummy, in a very simplistic way. Yeah, I wouldn't like to just for the see the perspective as building blocks, like just as the artist draw, right? So it could be useful, but it could be also more intricate. So the idea is to not get a lot of confusion on that, and get a good workflow that is organic enough. And then for the scenery, for the most part of it, yeah, we can use the 3D, right? And the workspace 3D, yeah, because it's Blender, right? So the thing here that I'm commencing to attend is okay, if I'm able to get my style in 2D on these sceneries, and I can adapt and survive to this grease pencil challenge, technical challenge, artistic challenge, and the integration, then there is some composition approaches. Probably I'll have to find a way to harmonize the colors, right? The scenery. So possibly I'll have to find a new way of, maybe I'll have to go to some more stealth shading thing, which is okay, because I think I can do fairly good enough with that. But for the scenery, and then what for the character, I'm not exactly sure how they would yeah, the line art, the cleanup, the paint, the coloring, all that, it's unclear. This is always very challenging for me. Line art of keyframing, even cleanup, right? So, but because now I can assess how hard it is to make my style on 3D. Imagine if suddenly, oh, I don't have. This is the most brutal realization, right? Imagine if suddenly, oh, I need to model, to rig, then to animate. 3D animation sucks. It's really a problem. In Blender, for example, yeah, it's cool. It's let's say 3D animation is the least of the problems for me, but it's fun. It can be funny, but yeah, it's like it's also when you just thinking about how stupid are those curves. You know, for each bone you have like no. For each bone you have, for each keyframe, then you have the interpolation of keyframes, and you have the 9 properties, right? The location, rotation, scale, and then you have X, Y, Z axis. Well, rotation, you have the W rotation, even if you have quaternions. Anyway, so it's like if you go to think on everything that compounds the 3D rig and animation, you just go crazy, because it's impossible to someone without the aid of some smarter system, right? Like maybe in the future AI, a smart AI that will support the animator to solve the... So I don't even use curves, right? Only this is too analytic for my 2D background, and I really, I don't care about what other artists or professionals or whichever. Maybe I would care what maybe one teacher, good teacher, would say, but or anyone that has a sensitive. But I mean, the thing is that CG art, particularly when it comes to this stylistic adaptations, that in comparison to 3D, right, is just not good enough for me. I've tried a lot. I've tried for several years right now, and yeah, I learned to rig, I learned to do all these things. So I think it's very good for a lot of stuff. Not, but for what I'm trying to do is just it could be considered that I'm doing very stupid decisions when it comes to yeah, because the technique is very dumb. It's like too overly analytical, right? And so especially when it comes for an artwork, a storytelling made for just by one person, right? Which is the famous one man's army or something like that. And so it's not to say that 2D traditional animation is any easier. It has its own flavor of challenge and excruciating challenge, but in a different fashion. And as for 2.5D, it's very promising, because when I like to animate 3D character animation, right? I don't really like to draw well, I like to draw such landscapes and assets, but like yeah, so you see, it's good to have the scenery with some 3D assets, why not? But then there's a technical problems of integrating all those things all together, right? So the thing is that now I know so much about Blender, about 3D art, sufficient to feel comfortable that, okay, I know how to draw, I know how to animate the traditional way. Maybe I know how to make the scenery, the props, whatever, assets, even sci-fi landscapes, whatever. So I have everything that it's like returning to the roots. In the past, like we're talking 20 years from now, maybe 15, I've always looked at 3D artwork, like, oh, this could be good to integrate with my drawings, like for the scenery and some other stuff. Why not, right? Because the things that I saw for character style, character design in 3D, seldom was what I was looking for, right? All right, so my challenge here is that for my style, maybe I'll continue trying to make my stylistic adaptation from 2D to 3D. There's a path right there. It's not dumb. I'm not gonna dump that, but probably if I can find ways into the grease pencil mastery and in this 2.5D integration, I know there are various approaches, then maybe this can be a very much game changer for me. So where is the dummy here? I know there's a dummy that should be here. And these lightings are horrible, right? Let's try to fix this. Okay, so this is reset. All right, so let's try to find the yeah, okay, let's solve some materials first. Then I'm gonna start addressing the whole thing. Let's try to get the lighting from space. We have a sun pass through. Not sure we need this. Let's turn off all the lights here. I say it's very dark now. We have a problem here with textures. Oh, material, okay, because these are mostly procedural, right? So, interesting. Okay, this is a bit better, right? I need to adjust some things here. How do you get this? Yeah, I know how you get this. Why I don't have why this thing? Okay, let's use the fantastic library thing. Let's first see which kind of material is this. It's down there, this part. Yes, it is here. We have a material here, which is a yeah, no, it's not that what I want. All right, so we need to find the okay, here everything seems fine. Let's yeah, much better looking. Then we need to use the edit library, right? Fantastic add-on. We need to check what material, which material is this one for these glasses here. Inner glass, inner space. Ah, looks like that this is not linked, so we can bring it here. Oops, wrong one. Yeah, wrong one. We can't still go back in time here, so let's just go back again. Let's need the asset library here. Shift F1, Shift F1. Materials. unassign. We have some unassign from here. These are materials, right? So let's just in case. Oh no, this is not a material. Okay, just in case there's something here, let's do this. Okay, apparently not. Nothing. Compositor, no, also not. Screen, this is a material. Is that a material? Okay, but I cannot move. Yeah, so nothing here I can move anyways. It's not from here, right? So we need to address here the... Oh, not our library, actually this. Current file, oh, interesting. There's nothing on... Ah, good thing. Yes. Okay, so we can just... That's very good. I never knew that. So we can just swap this to current file, and then we can find out. Otherwise, it's all mixed up, right? So I know that exactly which stuff this contains. Yeah, the sand, of course. But this is no more from here. There's actually another. Okay, then here maybe I have 2 sands. Why do we have no sand now? Yeah, they have some wrong classifications, I guess. Asset catalog, still not sure why they are like that. Anyways, so let's get into the material of the glass in space. This is an old asset. We're gonna override, but this doesn't change anything. Okay, no problem. I was expecting to work on that. So what I need to do is to go here for this. How do you access a material though? Can I use the library here? Open. Oh, here. Oh, we can do from here. In the case of materials, okay. These opened a different Blender version. Yeah, exactly. So it's not exactly what I wanted. Wait. This is coming from this file? Yeah, okay, so I didn't know. Okay, no problem. Then we are going to... Oh yeah, I see. This is the... Yeah, this is indeed a prop furniture file, right? It's all stacked here. So we need to find that glass. I don't find it anymore. Well, I think it should be... There's something like here, right? This is kind of very tedious to do. So this is a problem that asset library needs to improve, in my opinion. Okay, so let's find the material here. This one, okay. So we need to make sure that we've lost some link here. We need to make sure that we get an invisible thing. Looks like this texture was lost, or it was not selected. We see through, but actually we need to be able to see through on the in this solid viewport. It is not working. The technique, probably this texture is ruined. We might have to bring it back. Maybe it was corrupted, or it's broken probably. We are gonna try to, yeah, have to bring it back. Yeah, I have changed some assets things. Yeah, probably the, let's see. It was called invisible texture. This one. Though doesn't seem to be working. Yeah, maybe something about this Blender version. That should include alpha. Maybe it's something about other changes in the material. Yeah, it is working. But it is this one. Okay, it is reflecting, right? So this is bad. Or maybe it is as it is supposed to work, right? Transparency overlap. Deterred is usually a problem. Okay, so it's just that the glass, this setup is, yeah, it is meant to do that, but it's a bit bad setup. Then we have this other one, which is another type, which looks like this one, right? We still have this thing. Okay, all of them we can see through, so that seems to be adequate. Alright, I'm gonna save. Let's return. Yeah, save, then we got here. But this might not have updated entirely. So you need to open this file again. And yeah, so something about this thing is just not working here on the, very weird. Specular. No, can't be any of this. Oh, material. Ah, there we go. Texture. Okay, but that will cause other problems, right? Okay, because drawing with pencil is sluggish, So yeah, this is a problem. So this is why EV here could be a little troublesome for drawing, although it will provide the best look, right? Also, maybe we don't want this. We can change this. We need some lighting. Let's change a few more materials. I'll soon start grease pencil experiments. At first, let's adjust some of the light, generic light problems here, right? So we got a sun world. We're gonna ignore this one for now because maybe we can avoid it. We're gonna spot the changes here. Let's make some resets here. Should we play with the temperature? No, maybe not. We're gonna make a neutral thing, right? Yeah, let's start low, right? Very low. And here we can start with maybe this, right? Yeah, I'm gonna give a, I don't know, just something like that. Okay, something like that maybe. Shadow, yeah, we want shadow for this sun. Maybe we can get some of this. Nah, we don't care about that. So here will be more about these effects here. Yeah, we want to keep this render here. Let's leave it this. Shadow, steps, is this default? Yeah, this is default. That's fine. The resolution, this will be much faster. If we turn this off, this is good, but okay. Also changing the resolution here is good too. That seems fine. Maybe we want this. Here I'm not sure that we need this one, so let's leave this as default and transparent. This now I think this is never seen much change here. And here is default. Okay. So just double checking here. Let's change this material of the hull. Relink, right? So apparently we have this metal patch 01. That doesn't seem to be very interesting in the current state. I don't know why. So Let's see where it is. Where do you have this one? Very dark, but kind of cool. The other was a bit dumb, right? Dull, right? It's a bit too dark. Let's find this one. Okay, this one. Let's try. And glass outer space. Do you have? Oh yeah, this one. Okay, so override. There we go. Aha, now it's good. Okay, so this one is achieved, but maybe we can substitute this one. Like, where I imagine this. Of course, any of those will require some UV. Yeah, it's not very clean right now. Yeah, great. Finally, I'm starting to hate YouTube very, very much. That's why also swept streaming in Picard to TV. Yeah, I want the inversion here of these two ones. Bit tricky to do, right? But oh no, actually, hold on. It's not tricky to do. We can just do like this. Yeah. Nah, the other was better, right? We can also mount the amount of I think there's no UV related here, but just in case, let's do some UV unwrap here. And alright, so this one improves some stuff. I guess we have some very disrupted stuff here also. We can isolate here. Let's... How do we isolate just a certain, you know, it's control? Is there some very crucial technique, right? So how do you do this? Isolate. There's no shortcut here, right? Okay, but how do you un-isolate? Can we isolate multiple? Yes, but no, we didn't do it. It's just some hiding thing, right? No, it's more than hiding. Now I just want to, yeah, it's something else. Okay, I'm gonna save because I think this is dangerous. Hold. Okay, hold control. Just and left click. Okay, so there's some generic light coming from. How do we? Okay. Good, good, good. So just need to click on the. Okay, so it's very intuitive. We just need to know how it works. Right, so there is some huge light coming from some collection, which I don't know which is. It is the grease pencil that I started drawing. Why don't we just unlink this? Yeah, we can unlink this for now. Let's hide one by one. And see what's causing this huge light source. Or maybe it's not, it's just that the objects are bright. Yeah, it's just an illusion. Alright, so that means that we can come back here. Just need to isolate stairways and shift control click space. Yes. Oh, great. Great, great, great. Actually, no need shift control click, just click. So now it's very fast. So even on EV, yeah, this is pretty good. Navigation, so we can, let's do something about these creepy materials which got carpet red. Okay, let's fix all that. Mist for a long time. Really? This one like that doesn't seem quite accurate. Let's get also this other, why not? Add the hub upper, hub lower, yes. What happened? The light shine from one side, yeah. Let's risk some expansion of this. Okay, 2. And reset. Yeah, I'm not sure if these are equivalent, so let's just do this. I thought that we'll have some. Yeah, we are missing some more materials, of course. I thought we have a red carpet there, when we actually have, but it's so dark that we do not see it. Or actually it's another object. Yeah, it's another object. But it's also very dark. So we're gonna update here. Metal base. This was completely changed. Metal gray. Do we have... Yeah, these are old materials. I think they... Yeah, checkers. Checkers coming from furniture. Okay, no problem. Can substitute. Then you have metal gray. Don't even know where it is. Let's bring this aluminum, and then we get this. No, wrong one. And here maybe we get. Why not this one? We don't know what will happen. We have to check. Yeah, you see why we need the... Yeah, so maybe let's redo this. Let's get the pass-through. No, wrong sun. We want just one, yeah, just some light here. This exposure could be very low, so it's cool because it's you see we have some sort of diffuse light, global diffuse light, and so we can start improving the illumination of each place based on this very shallow. Very good to work like this, I think. Yeah, so finally this was the what we're missing. Yeah, so just very low light, but just enough that we can see the materials, right? The procedural ones. This angle, in this case, yeah, we can maximize this to make it even more diffuse, I guess. Not sure here what this does, but it's fine. So no shadows here for this sun. So some weird shadows going on, but anyways, I'm gonna change here, right? So we want to do this again. There's another asset, right? Arraying differently. The UVs were already set, but they seem to be distorted, so probably have to rework on these UVs there for both objects, right? Then we have this one, which is carpet red. Okay, gonna get here. This UV is very wrong, so we have to adjust everything. Then we also have this I think this is for the ceiling. No, the ceiling is using a metal thing. Yeah, now I recognize the metal. Is a patch. I barely see, but at this point we could augment this just for better visualization. Yeah, let's do this definitively. And here we can address this other one. So here we have teal, red, outer, and inner space. What is this one? probably a mistake. We just gonna take it off. We have a few more. So let's change this order here. Yeah, let's organize this in... And this is just a big chunk here. After I'll put the playlist for this soundtracks in the video description. It's not ready yet. Yeah, YouTube is so fucking annoying to... At this point, there's nothing to say about YouTube. It's like it decided to steal my... Yeah, probably what's happened. The future of this platform is just like a few exchange with some friend, or also someone would have great rigor but very poor experience in this video streaming or making tutorials for YouTube. Yeah, so it's like it will be something like you have the worst channels with millions and billions of of subscribers and watchers, and while good channels, well, maybe there won't be any more good channel anymore, because more and more people, artists, everyone will realize that YouTube is not a good place to try to like monetize. Maybe it was at some point. Now it seems to be very, very tough to get. Well, of course, some people will succeed, but more and more, I think the tendency is that proportionally you'll have much more people frustrated, and just a few which will really have the algorithm works on their favor, and that will brutalize extend the difference, right, which is already huge, right? And then yeah, okay, you can get this. I'm going elsewhere, I'm gonna do something else, right? And then eventually people just start to watch for YouTube for certain specific contents and not... Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so here is just a material madness. Eventually we will solve everything, but we say that now we get enough solving for this, but it surely we need to go on edit mode for all these places at the same time and do some addition from this I think this is the same asset, but it is... Okay, so this is not the same. I see what I have here. This should be a linked... Yeah. Because it is the same thing, I guess. There's nothing different here in this. It should be cool if it were different, but I think there's nothing different. So it's just... We need to do the link here, right? So let's find its position. Let's Alt D this one. We need to get this object here. With these properties. I don't think this is working. Mirror, I think, is the same. Yeah, it's probably not a mirror thing. Yeah, so it's not mirror. It's just the array. Well, there's a better way. We can just... Control C, copy, select, copy modifiers. Wrong. There we go. But it's not working. What happened that... Something about the location then, but the origins are the same. Now I reset this, this goes there. If I reset this... Okay, so there was a displacement, so... How can I make this leap right? There's an interruption there. There's another way though, if I just... Yeah, so actually I can cheese this. There's a different way of doing this, but this will cause... We need a plaque. Yeah, let's simplify this. Although another way to do this... Sorry. Another way to solve this will be just to... Okay, let's accept this is a different one, and then we can play with the geometry, right? Yeah, we can do some variation here. Can actually be good. So why not, right? Yeah, that's fine. So it's a different one indeed, and we just need to also adjust the materials, but yeah, we have to do one by one. So now, before starting addressing the finally the this one also, yeah, let's change this one. Okay, I believe now it's complete. Okay, we need to figure out then the UVs, right? So we need some UV here. Yeah, everything is disrupted. Okay, so we can start with this tapestry here, these carpets. Yeah, they're super tedious. I don't know when they go broke. Probably I'm gonna make some changes to this. If this could be copy to selected, but apparently it can't. Wait, it is working, but looks like something remained. Okay, so now we need to find the way to unwrap those things properly. Yeah, this some ones will be easier. Yeah, here completely broken. This one I think worked. These ones work. Yeah, so at least it's not that bad, right? It's Blender helps. What's happening here? Looks like we have some weird overlappings here. I have no idea what's this. Yeah, it's just overlapping here. Yeah, bad stuff. Hmm. Well, one of you is wrong. Maybe both of them are wrong. Now there is a whole... Yeah, so there's some problem in the calculations. Yeah, this is something to revise. It doesn't need to be perfect also, but because of the UV, it can be complicated. Need to revise this at some point. So anyways, let's try to ignore this for now. The fact is that all this stuff, they will be, for some of these rooms, I'll be creating assets that will cover the structure. So these are like basal structures. And by having this covered with some more organic stuff, which can be different on each level, something like that, then we can make very cool in thesis, right? So here what I need is some sort of camera that would allow me to work with yeah, so many things here could be simplified or changed. I'm gonna apply this other one here. I like that material, but could try something different, of course. Let's see. No, not very good. This is some sort of metal. Let's try. Yeah, no, let's not get metals here. Although this could be cool, but no, it's just too distractive. We need something more regular. The texture is a bit disrupted here for some reason. Blurred. We need instead something... Yeah, just that one. So I need the same UV and wrapping, otherwise this will never work, right? Seems to have worked, but there's this little glitch, which is not a big problem actually. Also because we can do something else here. Even this side. Something else maybe. Yeah, that's not bad. Not terrible, I mean. And there was already this pattern here. But this is not very interesting. Yeah, this angle's creepy. You have to find yeah, here also. Yeah, all these problems. Too old that I did that thing to. Let's finally get to the some attempt in the grease pencil. Without assets, this will be very annoying. So let's just try to bring some stuff here, right? Try to populate this. You see, with just a good materials, just some cleanup here, start to get interesting, right? Just start to get interesting, right? It was already interesting at some point, but I've lost now. We are getting back to some small level of interest. Yeah, we also forgot here to fix. It's kind of cool, right? There we have some specular thing. No, I don't know where this comes from. Anyways. Yeah, let's live like that. I don't care. Now let's just bring some stuff here. So could be we are in the stairways. Yeah, so we need some yeah, so here a little problem. Let's just shift D this one. Okay, the 3D cursor is here. I need a camera. An extra camera. Okay, it doesn't want to help. So let's just add the camera here. Now I want to duplicate the camera. Why don't you let me duplicate the camera? Ah, the camera is here. Alright, so but I'm not satisfied. I want another. Okay, Shift D. Why it is not moving? I decided to lock them. Okay, so yeah, stairway. Apparently there's another stairway camera somewhere. That's strange. Anyway, so we got this one. Let's populate this place finally. We have a dummy. This will be important for the... It's big, right? We can... lot of space to populate actually with assets. Is that a small advantage? We can change this camera resolution. Or maybe change the... Okay, let's use this one. I've moved the wrong one. Great. Okay, let's find this freaking duplicate. Ah, they are stacking cameras, right? There we go. Oops, I think I've deleted the wrong thing. Yeah. No, this is right. It's just because of this. Go there. Okay, so will you let me get finally into the proper... Okay, so I need yeah, this was my duplicate. We're gonna bring it here. We want to parent this thing to here. I want to bring this... no, it will stay there, alright. But you're gonna parent some stuff to this, like... Yeah, I'm not sure about the naming here. Nor the... I think it was the... how I managed this, okay. We can look at for it. It's a little too big. That is sufficient. And we're gonna add some... No, let's go back, click the collection. Parent this to... Okay, we need another group, otherwise this will be a collection, right? So... oh yeah, where do you create my collection? This system is very complicated. Okay, so loop parents? What do you mean? Okay, it's already parented and it says loop parents. Okay, no loop parents, is just same parenting. Okay, so here you need this one to go... yeah, move this here and parent here. It doesn't seem to go in the parenting. Probably you need to library override it. Now, yes, finally. Okay. Now we create this stuff inside here. And then we can bring this... We can bring this here. Whatever this is. It's very small here. Okay, let's leave the camera. Thanks, YouTube, for interrupting my perfect soundtrack list every single minute of streaming. So this in principle should be, we could have many of them, right? One for each door. Or just for the entrance, maybe just for the entrance. Yeah, let's place it here. All right. Another asset. What you could place here that could be nice. Plants, yeah, vases, plants, lots of stuff. This one maybe not for here, but why not? Okay, for some reason it has this offset. Probably something about the original one. Well, shouldn't he exist a... Okay, so apparently it's locked. Oh yeah, I need to... I think this thing needed a empty. Because now how do I parent this collection? The parent is... Yeah, the collection. So it's just this. Okay, it's very weird, but... Yeah, this is the master thing, I guess. we don't parent this, we parent just this one into here. Yeah. Wait. Wrong parenting. Oh, that's what was happening. I was parenting crossly because this system is wrong. There's a blender thing, it's confusing.
With the discovery of the warp drive came the great expansion, as what was once a journey of several centuries became a journey of several days. Warp space was tricky and dangerous stuff, and not to be entered lightly. Many ships simply vanished, never
And
to
it's
be seen
still
again.
not working.
With the discovery of the navigator gene, which allowed ships' pilots to make longer, more accurate warp jumps, interstellar travel became much safer, and soon men were exploring all of the nearby stars. Alien contact followed shortly
Okay, it is
thereafter,
here. It's weird, but it's
and
there.
with
Yeah.
grim inevitability, the first alien wars.
I think this is better
The
suited
tone was set.
here, right? Blend switch like
The
space
Genestealers
light.
are the most enigmatic of races. Fierce warriors, they eschew the use of weapons in combat. Highly intelligent, they build nothing of their own, relying solely upon the technology of conquered people. Possessing an incredibly strong survival drive, they die fearlessly in battle. Vicious, destructive, they choose to conquer through seduction and infiltration rather than overt battle. At first glance, it is difficult to believe that a cunning and malign intelligence lurks within the Genestealer's bestial exterior. A Genestealer resembles the most fearsome monsters of ancient legend, a horror of teeth, claws, and glittering savage eyes. Protected by a remarkably strong carapace, through which protrude ropes of sinewy muscle, the creature stands in a perpetual crouch atop its clawed feet. Two sets of arms descend from its massive shoulders, one equipped with fingers, the other with powerful claws. Its long, thick head is equipped with a fearsome array of fangs and an even more frightening pair of eyes.
Too many, maybe. And there's this one too. Or just copy. Okay, why doesn't it?
There are 1,000 chapters of Space Marines, each of 1,000 Marines, a million battle
Why
brothers.
didn't it copy? It went
The best
crazy.
100 Marines in each chapter are trained in the use of Terminator armor, fantastic battle armor created in the dark ages of technology. Also known as tactical dreadnought armor, Terminator exo armor is is a development of the sealed environment suits used by spaceship crews.
It's missing one part, I guess.
Exo armor is constructed
No,
from
no, it is there.
gauge plasteel plating, forming an armored shell that can withstand even the colossal impact of high-speed orbital micro-debris. It is the only readily available
Yeah, too
defense
repetitive to do this. Well, I can... There are too many also.
or the extremely corrosive environments inside the holds of bulk chemical carriers. These same qualities, suitably enhanced by the Adeptus Mechanicus, make Terminator armor virtually invulnerable to most weapons. Terminator suits contain their own independent...
If we fix this one, probably all the others would be arranged.
Many also carry teleport homers, bioscanners, energy scanners, auto sensors, suspensors, and targeters for their weapons and communicators.
Yeah, but this is very bad.
Have suits of Terminator armor.
Not allowing good
Of their best marines to
displacement. I hate this. Yeah, like...
are valuable and often very old. Many bear scars or medallions commemorating past actions and are treated with the reverence due to ancient relics.
I think Blender 5 we finally get some better array which has this kind of possibility to... Okay, so this already gives some charming difference, but we need more stuff, way more stuff. But of course, this requires organic asset for the place that I'm... Also some doors here, at least 2. And here we can... Yeah, this is broken. What's happening for this part? It's just that we need a wall there, right? And this... Would this work? Like, yeah, depends on what we can develop in this place, right? Could do a lot of stuff here. Yeah, these ones are causing serious trouble. So it could be some niche for some more plants here, really, like hanging garden, something like that. We just need something else here to configure this setup. Okay, what's happening here? Where, it's here. All right. Yeah, well, I need another of these just for this UV thing. There's too much things to manage here. Yeah, I prefer the red one. Yeah, this is super simplified, right? It's not great, but it's giving some idea, and for now this is enough. There you could use some other carpet thing. Yeah, we totally have some other stuff here that could be used. Let's try this one. This one, maybe it's not the ideal here. Let's try this one. A bit too dark. Okay, then maybe this one indeed. Yeah, it's just that it's not following anything, any curvature. We'll have to play with the some of the mesh, but yeah, it seems to give something of interest. And so here, for example, we could add some. Now we go back to this same problem here of assets, so we need to bring could we bring this one? Yeah, maybe. There's no shortcut for this live rubber ride, because at some point it starts to be super annoying, right? Just selected. I just don't have a shortcut in my mind here. Library asset, library override, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, maybe. Add to quick favorite. Yeah, maybe. Okay, there we go. It almost vanishes in the... Yeah, so we could change this mirror here.
Tela de celular não é pra mim. Sou
Wrong target.
uma montanha ambulante. Fiquei minúsculo nessa telinha, parecendo ursinho
There we
de
go.
pelúcia. Acredita que já arranquei até árvore coçando as costas? Preciso de espaço. Sua
Maybe
TV
the
no
proportions are wrong, but this will fix from the original.
ursinho.
Yeah, maybe it's the color of the tapestry. Yeah, let's change this. I think this will be easier. Let's try this one. I have another plan for this, but let's see if we can. It's not good. I barely see anything for this. Yeah, let's I need probably to revise this entire thing. So we have still this one that usually works well. This is one of my favorites. Yeah, you see it's like very. It usually integrates well with everything because it's neutral color, right? Brown. And here this yeah, so blue for this, there's some questioning. I can't change from here, yeah, so unfortunately we won't see, but this room is starting to become cool. We need some. I never know what to do with this thing. Okay, maybe this is nice. Or maybe something like this. Yeah, then we go here and wrong mirror. Oh, look, there are space here. Alt D. Oh no, this is the corridor. Okay. So this we need to not place it this in. Anything. Yeah, there's a lot of things to add. This is a lamp. We could place it. Yeah, I'm not sure about this yet. Then we have. Oh yeah, I have a magic carpet. Well, there's enough carpets here, but let's add. It's not very big. I think we'll have a problem to. A bit too much distortion, right? It's not terrible, but let's try to not exaggerate. Oh yeah, those tables. Sure. So this with Alt D, they instantly get recognized as library overridden. Maybe Shift D would be different from them. I'm not sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So here we don't have much what to do with this right now. It's just yeah, I know asymmetry is good too, but it takes too much time. This is much faster right now. This ceiling is terrible. Let's try to fix that. Not doing what I want, so it's not very nice. The oh yeah, suddenly we got it. No, not for. Okay, so let's try to restore what it was here. This might be just better. And then as for the ceiling, oh yeah, this kind of works. Okay, the ceiling, this is good. Okay. So yeah, the ceiling is better than this. So maybe here we gotta just make a small change. Red is cool, but maybe brown is better. Okay, this one is doable. Yeah, that sounds good. And as for, yeah, let's just make another small plant thing here. Yeah, there's already the hanging gardens there, but why not more plants? And also, let's risk to place them here. I don't know how many will be good here. Let's try this amount. Maybe there's a little too much. Too many. Let's try this. Still, yeah, this maybe slightly less. Yeah, 5 finally. Here is not a narrating, it's more a mirror. We can parent everything here to this empty object, and here the other 3. It is floating? Why it is floating? Okay, so there's a rounded thing here, so don't have follow path, so let's just get a... It'll be a bit strange like that, so just solving some basic problems. Then I'll see what I do with. Yeah, it's nice, but we need more of them. This place, this thing is very bad. Wait, this is the feeling of... Okay, this is why this was wrong. So actually I've extrapolated here. I wasn't seeing the glass. Yeah, this was much smaller. Okay, so I have to do some rework here. Scale, Shift Z. Let's just do something here. And we'll have to be careful about this. Why not? Yeah, not very nice, but can work. All right, now finally I need to address the challenge, right? So let's change these to... Yeah, I need a duplicate. This will be like U matte. Yeah, fixing materials, right? And this will be the layout, the basic one. So I don't... Oh, it was this one. Okay, so this one was start to get populated. Of course, with EV here in these conditions that I don't have compositing, there's little I can do right now in terms of integration. Because, of course, one problem of the drawing is that illustration, coloring, all those things, line art, this is not for granted, right? You need a team, or you need to be absolutely a machine to be able to do all those things. It's trainable. It is hireable. I've already worked like that. I paid some artists to do these tasks. They did a good job. I never asked for cleanup though. Cleanup, it's too risky. But line art, yes. An artist that understood my drawings very well, and he was able to line art. So I'm a bit like shy here to start this, but it is necessary to address this. So here we can clean up some things. Yeah, we probably will need the timeline here. This is annoying me. I need to change this wall here. I need to...
Não é pra mim. Sou um urso pardo, uma montanha ambulante. Fiquei minúsculo
nessa telinha, parecendo ursinho de pelúcia.
Great.
Algo tão incrível.
So could use this one, right? But I'm not sure it will fit right now for... Yeah, again, this mistake here. Have to reopen these things. What about some rock things here? Not this one, or maybe something a bit dark. Concrete, no, it's really not interesting. Maybe this one, it already shown. No, it's too reflective. And there's some, yeah, it could work, but I need to fix those things, right? Yeah, those it's very bad looking. This wasn't showing another material, so yeah, it's in every level. That's not too bad. Yeah, it could be darker though. I think I have something there. Could work. So the, yeah, the could be improved, but it's okay for now. Interesting flavor, and I might also try to do this here for now. Like, yeah, it doesn't seem to be working for this part. This gives a more naturalistic look to this, right? And that this one more metallic. Not sure if this is a great idea right now. That was kind of good. Rocks everywhere, like kind of good idea. What's the material of this one? There's just yeah, there's just one thing here. We're just gonna change here. We don't need anything here. Yeah, why? Let's just make the project more complicated. So cleaning up. I think same problem here. Although in this part we might have... Now these objects, they are just like this. There's nothing... Not exactly... I could change some of the monument here. It's too repetitive color. Let's give the... Yeah, not ideal still, but at least there is some variation. And after I have to decide what to do with this
com um Premium Light, meus fãs me veem discutindo assuntos muito importantes.
Yeah, that could work.
Tipo como eu ganharia de um urso numa luta.
And let's return to the the grease pencil thing, right? All right, this will be probably a bit frustrating because of what I mentioned. So there are a lot of things. We need a flatter color if we want to. Yeah, so let's imagine we start some very flat color. And now we want to see if we can get some character here, some drawing. Lot of studies in the composition to get. Yeah, I think we can survive this. This outline is, of course, very inadequate. We can't really control it very well, right? We need a dummy to find some proportions. It's not needed, it's something that should get somehow accustomed with. So the idea, there's a notation, right? Not gonna work. I hate when I can't control Z the annotations. So there's a grease pencil. Now there are many problems, of course. Technical challenge of grease pencil. First, why I'm not drawing, because probably I need to be drawing on the origin. No, of course, surface. Okay, so of course here I'm drawing on the surface, and this is one problem. So I need to. So there's this question where the grease pencil should be drawn. So this is already a big thing, and in this case, view. For some reason, isn't there something like camera? So I don't have a plane here. I don't know. This is like a world space, I guess. If I could orient this 3D cursor Okay, not drawing. So for some reason it doesn't want me to. The 3D cursor also has an orientation, and the problem if I'm going to animate the camera, I will maybe it's good, but then I have to readjust the grease pencil to the camera view. I think there are some ways to make these adjustments, like the grease pencil following the camera. I think it's a rig. I've seen someone doing this kind of thing. But another thing is that I probably need to... Oh, hold on. Is the cursor aligned to view? Yeah, it seems that it has rotated, but... Yeah, so this could work, so I'm sort of... I'm not sure why I don't have the tool here. So of course, again, so we need to... Sorry, folks. Alright, so of course we need a good grease pencil for stroking. And again, all these details are not helping me to visualize my own drawing, right? So it could be very bad. We need something... Yeah, so it's like... have to find something that... There is the lasso fill tool, right? So this could be useful, but this will be more for the base. This could be a workflow for the drawing those things. Let's get some black stroke or grayish. Okay, then there is the visibility that is very difficult to get. Okay, this is a good solution. Okay, so here, this is the way to go. So you can have all these things on, probably. And then we just need to change this... This for other ones. This I don't know. Layers. Okay, this for other layers. We just have one layer. We have some... Yeah, so at this point, we can probably... yeah, so to do this, I need the reference, but... Yeah, so too many things on the way, right? Overlays will disable that. It just gets me very... It's just everything, right? It's just not allowing good concentration. Okay, anyways, we can start sketching. So apparently the head would be something like that. This dummy is not... Yes, it's on... Need to... now that... Yeah, let's just do something like... I've not decided how it will be the drawing, but let's at least... I have this annotation thing. Okay. Yeah, I need to feel to be in the world, right? Okay, sorry it took too long, folks, but now we're finally getting in touch with the big thing. So yeah, this thing is absolutely crucial. Even should be a shortcut for that. Ah, damn. Of this. Okay. Returning here. And so, I think if I return here, that should be fine. It's just a sketch, but actually this has a lot of value of storytelling, because I don't have to model the character, rig the character, and I can bring other characters. And I can do... Yeah, so there are the technical challenge of drawing, of course. Then the technical challenge of integrating the grease pens in the 3D. This I'm getting early stage on to feel comfortable. For me, this is absolutely fundamental to get the perspective right. Yeah, so apparently this is achieved. So I don't know how I'm able to do this now. I am patient now to do this. I'm interested in doing this, so you can override transforms. Yeah, you can override certain challenges that maybe in the past for me were might be overwhelming for various reasons. Like, so of course I need to improve my drawing skills, especially... I mean, not improve my drawing skills. This is... I draw this style for a long time, but I mean, unrust my drawing skills, and of course also in the graphic palette, and of course in Blender with the grease pencil, right? Make those better details here and everything. Even from the perspective of the sketch, so I can then have easier time cleaning up. So this is stuff that needs... It's good to be able to see where the character will go entirely, if possible, but it's not always necessary, but it gives an idea of how we must deform the perspective and such. Also, we don't need to respect the camera perspective all the time, because we might want to make impossible camera in Blender to mimic, right, when you draw. So it's these are all the advantages of 2D art, right? You can do things that are even wrong technically if you want to have a full analytic approach to everything, but then this is where 3D starts to become the language itself is very problematic, is that it is overly analytic. So when you have too much control and you don't want it, too much analytic approach to everything, then you just can't get rid of it because it's inbuilt. So you have to struggle against this system, and it's just like and so that happens to modeling, that happens to rigging, happens to 3D animation, and so we get that. On the good side, of course, there's a lot of cool reusability, but even in the case of Blender, the pipeline of reusability is not that good, I found. It's already super complicated, but one big problem is that you cannot decide if data like mesh data can be linked. So you cannot do that currently. So it's super limited, and so you can't get the best out of one of the best features of digital art, whether 2D or 3D or something else, is that you just can't have linkability, advanced linkability, let's say, and then it's just very bad so it's very frustrating. So you lose the potential, and this happens to me all the time in my pipeline of character, because then I can't reuse parts of my rigs. It's very hard to reuse those things anyways. So, and with the limitations, it's become even worse. So this this soundtrack, it's her face, right? It's her soundtrack. For some reason I can't draw her mouth properly in this point. Okay, let's do it like that. And then, okay, so you see, good rough could be an action pose. No, just a regular pose that seems to be good. I need a shortcut for this. How do you do this? Fade. Alt F, maybe. No shortcut, but okay, we can. Alt F doesn't I think Alt F is for rigging, right? So we can. Yeah, we can't control the amount, but that's fine. The material is not. Yeah, I don't know why they made this color attribute. It's terrible when it comes to. You can't do anything then. After, if you want to swap, you can't even change the vertices colors on edit mode. I think they are compromised, so maybe they fixed that, I don't know. Yeah, so here it doesn't really matter the color, this won't work. We need to, you see, we'll need to clean up We'll need to find a way to get this cleaned up for painting. So my understanding here is that after dedicating so much time to 3D art in Blender, artwork in Blender, modeling characters, UV texturing, mostly rigging and some 3D animation, and world building, right, asset making, I start to become more and more frustrated because even though I've learned a lot and I've experimented a lot about rigging and control rigs, deform rigs, in the end, or so far, it's not like certain of the severe problems that I was having in various domains, they were reduced, or I was really being able to solve them easily. No. It's like my development as a 3D artist didn't empowered me with the approach that I would expect. I wasn't even thinking on that, but thinking now, right? It looks like even though I've tried my best, I wasn't able to get no matter like how there might be more better thresholds, of course, better workflows and all that, and also it's my own problems with some degree of perfectionism of trying to do, but you see, when I draw, I reached what I need, except that I struggle with the line art. It's just too boring for me, but it is good, it is necessary for this kind of workflow. It's like I'm more ready now, inclined to do this apparently than ever before. This was one of the reasons that I wanted to do 3D animation, but of course, and the cool thing is that, okay, maybe my CG stuff, knowledge now, skills, artistic, technical skills, they use for scenery, compositing and stuff like that, but now I need to address the things with yeah, and the character, go back to something that will be more organic. So I'm not even sure how to do this now. What's the best? I never did line art in grease pencil properly, so we could probably use a tool like that. I like this one. It's kind of, we could use some of course, here we need another layer, right? I need to use auto lock so I don't risk destroying this one, and this one we can also do something like this. So here we can, yeah, the turns out that Blender's stabilized stroke in grease pencil is even better than the one on Krita, I think, because you have all this. It's very more versatile, I think, by on Vanilla's comparison. This I don't know, so yeah, I think this one is great, right? Well, maybe not great. So we need to change some stuff here, right? I don't know, randomize this. Oh, okay, why I'm not using this? Yeah, string and... Oh no, but then we have this problem here, right? Yeah, no, this is bad. Okay. Ah, so this is a good one, right? Ah, that was this one, right? I hate this. Then it starts to... Yeah, this is very annoying. So, okay. So, but if you turn off randomize, you get this annoying too predictable thing. All right, so we're gonna, what is this one? Don't know what this is. Okay, let's try to maximum. No, too weird, right? The default for, no, let's leave like, let's try this. Too little. Starting to get good. Maybe already good enough. This one is, yeah, this a little less, about something like this should be fine. Yeah, just a little less. I have problem here with the, okay, something like this. Then we want the strength. What about this one? This will cause that problem again that we see, right? Although it's much more erratic. Yeah, this one is not very good, right? Maybe if I have just a little of this could be useful. But the way it develops, like it's jumping, it's not good. Yeah. Creates a strange pattern. About rotation, here I'm, you know, this could be useful. Okay. I'm not sure, but I think it relates to, yeah, a randomization of the, yeah, I think this is interesting. Then jitter. Okay, this is this is like a, yeah, just a little of this sounds fine. Maybe a little more. Yeah, this stabilize stroke on hold shift, right? So there's another tool for filling, but I think it won't integrate with this one. We need a, yeah, so I'm calling nart instead of clean up because I'm trying, maybe I can go straight to this, right? I have to explore, right, of course, what this grease pencil, right, folks? You can do this kind of mad thing, right? If you want. There seems to be too many strokes, right? This is not good. Too heavy. So this is another concern I have. I'm gonna maybe augment the simplify here. I like this one. Now for this, maybe the rounded is better. It's more about the ending points. Yeah, let's use this for now. No okay, we want some simplify. Not sure this is good, but we can easily check this. There we go. Yeah, we want something like that, totally. Yeah. They see grease pencil, like what they did, the Blender, they really had something big in mind. I think I wasn't super excited in the early beginnings. I didn't know that it could become good so fast. So it's like, not, of course it took years and still in development. They are making massive developments on this stuff. It's like just incredible. So here I start to struggle with this, right, of course, and I have to make some decision, but at least, yeah, I know that Grease Pencil have some cool solutions for some feeling, but we'll have to, Yeah, so I need to train here to practice a little here, and I think this is... Yeah, so I need to find which workflows works best for... Why it is not getting the eraser pattern that I want. I think I need to get this and then pick this. Yeah, and then we get this. No, it insists. I think there's some option here. Eraser, no, it's not here, so I don't know why it's not here. Probably should save this as an asset. Why it has this asterisk? It looks like it was edited for saving. I don't know how to save that right now. Maybe from here. Revert to asset. No. Duplicate asset. Okay, I know that I have organic pencil. This was what I was using. It grants some automations there, but not... Yeah, here, you see. So revert the active brush set to the no, it's not this. So duplicate asset, let's just call this organic ink pen rough, right? Just like this, right? And just in case, can we move this? No, we can't. Let's also make a backup here because I don't even know where this is, so... And yeah, also go here. So I have two of them, it's okay, we can... What's happened? An hour of YouTube's madness, let's... It just... No, it's just... Okay, it just didn't reset my soundtrack. Okay, so the good news, maybe you don't know that, but I am an animatic maker, and so I love to make animatic. Maybe the timing, right? Directive timing for those, and I love the idea of keyframe animation, and so highly economic stepped broken timing, broken anime, yeah, whatever. So this kind of storytelling animation. So this is very interesting because I can tell a story with just some very economic animation. So you see this line art here I'm doing. So I don't need to make an entire full animation or even 20. This is for noobs. Animation is like storytelling and animation. So this is like the old thing. So if you are an old artist, you'll be familiar with this. You don't need to be an old artist, of course. You just need to have the good laziness of the inventors of the which means that of course at some point as we repeat tedious tasks in any artistic domain, right, you realize that, oh wait, I don't need to show everything, I don't need to do everything, I can just, like here, I don't need to complete the, right, sometimes even, yeah, there's some fog and you see what I mean. So this is the experienced artist, lazy person. No, in the sense that all the efforts, they are, of course there are certainly exceptions to that, but there's a tendency, right folks, the idea that you start to know where to push, or better, in order to push forward harder in some directions, you need to sacrifice in other directions. And usually the sacrifice directions in the pattern that I was describing. I didn't invent this. It was told by me. I've learned from other much more experienced artists. They knew much more than me what they are talking about, and they were very good artists, by the way. They absolutely were masters, and they had authority to say that. At this point, I also have, because I've been drawing these characters and stuff for a long time, but still, they are still my masters in that thing. Always will be. So the thing is that that notion is very interesting, because we usually associate laziness with bad thing, but of course it's not always the case. This is just another regular case of good use or a utility, or maybe utility is junk, but like where this is good, right? What is about this thing? I don't remember how is the cloth. I need to have at my side some elements of the clothing, but it doesn't matter, right? What matters here is that we get the cleanup, right? Or not the cleanup, we can do a lot of things, right? It's just, I even sketching here, it doesn't really matter. It's just a test. We see what we can get from this. I need to improve these skills, right, and focus more. And I'm also struggling a little with the brush, right? The way I've configured it, I'm having some too much disappearance of the strokes. I think this is excessive, due to excessive simplification of the strokes. Yeah, you see here. Or maybe some options that I've made. I can't be absolutely sure what it is. So I have to be improving this custom brush over time. And also my skills at, see how it works, right? How it behaves according to my pressure. Yeah, some results are interesting though. So you see, I'm going for some more artistically free. There are a lot of space for this actually, as long as I try to. Yeah, I need to improve the many things here, but there are a lot of space to explore this line art artistically. I have had some experience with inking with brush, like a paintbrush, real paintbrush, super hard, like by old mangaka, like not old manga, the old school mangaka, like some good old artists did and for special results, instead of using the, how do you call it, the more, it was also very hard to do, but this tool here, that the ink flows in between here, right? So I've used that, but at some point I wanted to try the brush, like apparently Rumiko Takahashi, the one of Ranma and Urusei Yatsura and other Inuyasha, right? That author, so she apparently in her manga she used brush, right? Here I need something to invert, but the way to invert here would be, I don't have the inversion because I'm not in the, no, I have to look behind the camera. This will be a easy way to, but I don't know how to automate this right now. Probably there's a lot of mistakes here. I should have checked before. Too late. But we can do. Yeah, so by the time I improve all this line art, it should be under techniques, and how to use Blender tools and all that. So yeah, there's a lot of space for improvements. And maybe at some point I'll master these techniques here. I'll be able to do, I don't know. Yeah, I don't expect to be doing maybe very slight inking. Yeah, maybe very slight, but this deep shadows, why not, right? So locally that could work, like something like that. Yeah, so you see my bursts are disappearing. I need to find out what caused this. Probably it was that one. I'm a bit afraid that this will be kind of costly. Here we can use the stabilizer. This is very hard. Not very good, right? I shouldn't have used the stabilizer. You can use and unuse according to the moment of stroking. Ah, this is so good, right? Yeah, a little mistake here. Not mistake, just an accident. Another thing that a great master said, like in art there is no mistake. There's even not the good word in English. There is the acaso in Portuguese. It will be the hazard, in the not in a negative sense, but in a random neutral sense, right? The happy accident, right? Something like that. It will be, there's probably a word in English for that, but I don't know, don't remember. And so here we got line art. Let's see how that looks. Very fair. So we can do storytelling with this. Storytelling, keyframing, even a few more, maybe some breakdown. I feel confident. Yeah, line art needs some improvements, right? But it works, right? Yeah, I forgot some detail here. Yeah, love this kind of course, this it's something I never trained to them like super much. Super much. I never trained this like exhaustively because it's super hard, but I always love the inking artwork that can do. And yeah, this is bad. The possibility, sometimes it's very simple solutions, you can get good results here. Like ink line art of, for example, what's it called, the Elf Quest, the independent comics American Wendy Pini, and the artist, right? Very good line inking, very super cool, right? There are a lot of other reference I know, of course, you probably know. Some Conan, I think, were very good also. Some line artists of and of course the gravings from, I think, Albrecht Dürer, yeah, the German Renaissance or medieval, I think, not sure exactly. And a lot of this from the 19th century. Also, they were already doing lots of those things. Yeah, so here I have to decide the solutions for the, yeah, either ink. So this ink will just cause a lot of problems. It's not easy. I should probably skip this and for the most part to try to solve this with more directly with color. Otherwise, I'll be tempted to use some graving techniques that I know, but it's very hard to do this here already. They are very hard to do, right? And here in digital, I think this, with our better, yeah, I think it's not worth it. It will require big. It takes a lot of time also, and for this time kind of storytelling drawing, I think this will, where you need more, you need is like the, yeah, you need the basic idea. You don't need all this precision of illustration. Of course it will be very good, but I think this will be too overwhelming to be doing. Even if if these were comics or web comics, that this probably there would be more space for that, but in this case, no. I think this is more likely to be, these ones will probably require something different. Yeah, maybe we need grease pencil here, the how do you call the, auto normalize, right? So you see, it's still difficult to get the exactly what we want, but yeah, it sort of helps here, the suffering with the proportional editing. Yeah, so you can get some, yeah, it's very bad, but it doesn't matter. With the, it can work, that matters. So we can try to get, so now I'm not sure how I'll work with the colors. So this will require some sort of compositing to integrate to the scenery. So one problem, unfortunately, in this approach is that we, apparently it's not, I tried to conceive for the future of this stuff, what could be like auto shading for drawing. Like the software needs some sort of recognizing of the character limbs as a sort of a 3D mannequin. It will be like as you draw, there is a recognition of a skeleton, of a base mesh, and of volume from yeah. So there, of course, this is super complicated, but I'm talking about the future, of course. Something that will understand volume on base of a 2D drawn character. So maybe the artist could give some indication, right? So, but of what is what. But the idea is that I think this sounds feasible to me. Even today, if the developers, if reunited with the artist, right? So yeah, probably the designers, right, of features. Yeah, so it doesn't sound too complicated actually. It's more a question of good ideas and resources and trying to get stuff done, right? I don't like how this arm shows here. It's like the arm is going, it's not necessarily wrong, but it maybe gets the wrong idea here. But too late, not gonna bother here. We gonna try to get some, so this is the sketch, this is the line art, and so color. So because of these facts, I don't know also how to paint with grease pens. I think the system is still very unintuitive. So for me, it's very hard. I never understand how it works. A lot of clicking, and it seems to fail a lot for me. I don't know. I never figured it out very well. I think they need to improve that. But essentially, if we get, I need probably a material. Yeah, how do this, right? So I don't know about this, not a stroke. How do you change this? Yeah, so this is... Okay, let's just try something. Yeah, there's this material. It said some to paint something. I don't want this. Oh yeah, we want... Okay, so you see we got something, but it's very crude. Maybe we need the color behind. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so probably they improved the tool, right? But we don't get auto shading, so we need to figure out how to... Ah, the precision. Yeah, which can be bad. Enclosed area. So okay, so what is this? Number of pixels to expand. This seems to be dangerous. The default is 1. Yeah, so I have to restudy this. There are some, as I mentioned, it's very difficult to use this. For the most part, we get it. No, not even can say for the most part, right? Okay, so if you master this tool or get good at it, it's doing a good job actually. I expected... Yeah, I think they improved the tool a lot. So this is also about the line art, that we can probably improve the line art and then reduce the amount of suffering with this process here. But it sounds... Yeah, it sounds reliable. I was... Right now I'm having a good experience with it. Although all the problems, I don't know how to fix it. Probably will need to use the something that you need to manually close with Alt. What's that? No, I'm drawing. What's that? I think this is the gap closer. No, I have no idea how the... Okay, it's not shift, it's not control, so I think it is alt, right? But I need to... Okay, let's try this. Nope. Let's try something more radical. No. This to visualize the boundaries. We don't visualize the boundaries. There should be a tool for this, right? But don't see it here. Yeah, so this is what I mean. How do you even do this thing, right? It's like there's just it's too confusing. Okay, so I'm not gonna focus on it now. We're gonna ignore this. This will be next level, but I need to learn first how to reduce this to happening, and then okay, but what about the material, right? How do keep changing this? Yeah, so this is, if I change here I lose this, so I need the material for each one. Yeah, so this annoying. So if we use copy attributes, color attribute, yeah, we cannot change the color spontaneously, so it's terrible. I don't want to get into that problem, so we're gonna just maybe hair, and here is like skin. So I still have to figure out. Yeah, things are doing well here for me actually. I think that I'm liking I'm seeing potential in this. But we still need to see how this will integrate in the compositing. Yeah, so this will be a bigger problem because here a lot of shading by those speculars and stuff. Yeah, I don't have a solution for this. Making a mannequin to serve as a base for the shading. It will be very bizarre because you'll have to waste time posing the mannequin, even though it could serve as a reference, and the shapes will extrapolate all the time, and it will be very confusing to draw on top of this. I don't like it. I prefer to draw on the blind because I'm used to that. But of course, sometimes it could be, especially when it comes to very advanced perspective shots, it would be nice to have a mannequin pose with very simplified version. I don't need to have actually having the character rigged in 3D to pose her like the version of her. It will be more confusing because you're trying to get the shapes from. That's ridiculous. Already, for an artist like myself, I've already worked. Maybe it is a workflow that can be good in certain very peculiar circumstances, but for me it's more confusing than helpful. I already worked in a long feature film animation. Just it was unbearable. The animators, the 2D traditional animators, were handed 3D layouts. The guy that made the 3D layouts was my friend. He used Maya and Blender at that time. I think Blender he used for those. But unfortunately for me, it was very hard to. They were useful to. The idea was very interesting, but because the rigged models, the characters were cool on 3D. But the problem is that the style of the graphism was to be cartoon, a 2D cartoon. But the character design, they wanted to do some realism cartoon. It's the craziest, not crazy, the most stupidest idea I've ever seen, because you're just making things for what? What do you gain with that? Nothing. It's a horrible artistic choice. And I think the choice of that was the choice from the assholes of who were in control of the production department. They not maybe not even the director was responsible for that decision, because he was an experienced animator, but maybe he was responsible for that decision. I can't know. But certainly the fellows that I was working on, they understood my critique, and there's nothing to do about this in particular. But yeah, so that is why so I prefer to work directly on the stuff, right? Not if it's not gonna help. Like even the mannequin here was just for very basic notion of perspective in the camera, but that's all. I don't want the interference. And then there's those maniacs. Oh, use reference, yeah. Yeah, reference you use when you want, for studying, for learning, but yeah, maybe you're trying to do some yeah, so you want to impress every time you want to, I don't know. I think there is some value in trying to exercise. Yeah, you exercise a lot, not just drawing by memory. No, you draw a lot from reference when you're studying, but then when you're gonna create stuff, this depends a lot, right? Animators also use a lot of reference, but I think I think this idea that you need to use reference for everything is like bullshit, right? Because when you come, like I'm not gonna use a reference for a pose like that, right? I'll bring my mind to play, and if I want to make something more original that I'm not capable, then yeah, that's also what I like actually to use reference for. Is not so much for this sketching and stuff like that, but it's more for like animation. Like, okay, what is this mechanic about, right? So I study, but when I animate, I don't want to really reproduce the mechanics exactly, right? So it's just saying, right? There's people that are just fanatic. It's like they don't know how to draw anymore. That for everything they do, they need reference. This is so bizarre, right? It's like they don't trust themselves. They an expression in Brazilian Portuguese is "não confia no seu taco." They don't have confidence on their own baseball. How do you say the thing that you used to beat the ball is the baseball. I don't know the name of that thing. Anyways, trying to paint this with the other color that I haven't managed to find how to change this here. Okay, so we're gonna adapt this. So skin color for her. In this case, let's try to find something like this, because the compositing will play a role also. So and so here we get some problem. Also, I've painted the wrong layer. Yeah. So here I need to make this. Okay, I'm tired of not knowing this. I know a tutorial that teaches this. Let's find it. Let me show what I'm doing here. So there is grease pencil fill. I have many fill tool settings, dialect, gaps. All right, let's try this one.
Com o YouTube Premium, veja vídeos sem anúncios. Segundo plano.
Okay, let's check here.
Another great feature of this NigiPen add-on that I mentioned in the previous video is the Smart Fill Operator. This is really great.
Ah, this is an add-on, so
Huge tape saver. Okay.
I don't have the add-on, so
For the final.
but I have to check. Yeah, so you see the technology for certain things that could relate this to 3D interpretation of volume already exists something in that direction. So okay, so don't see. Yeah, so this is Lara, like this guy is the bendy bones. Yeah, very good drawing by the ways. Anyways, let's get the yeah, no, not good one. Let's go for the vanilla blender stuff. So let grease pencil dawn. Yeah, this is a dawn. So grease pencil feel gap. Maybe this one.
Spot here. I think we are good. So back to edit mode, just tab, and now we can delete this extra lines in the ear. For that, we select this mode here. This one selects.
This tutorial series is very good for 2D digital grease pencil, 2D digital animation. Actually, the rigging of it, right? I follow it entirely. Very good. Mumu Mundo. Yeah, this one's very good. But it's just for this technique. Yeah, but you learn a lot of grease pencil doing this. It's very long, but it's engaging. It's usually very well explained and detailed, so very well documented. And yeah, so but it's long, yeah, but it's very good tutorial series.
Until they cross another stroke.
I'm not doing animation like that. It's never did. I love, but doing this, no. Rigging this, no, it's too hard. But I don't like using grease pencil like that. It's too hard to make. But
Not working for some reason, maybe because
still, I learned a lot of tricks in grease pencil from this tutorial series.
on the same layer. So let's try to move the ears. Just select one point and then shift select one point from here and then do M and move them to the normal layer. Now they are in the same
Okay,
layer.
but this doesn't seem to be the fill.
So we select this part here and then we do XD and
Filling
this
strokes.
one, XD and voila. Now it's time to
Okay.
start filling our character. I don't think we need the reference image anymore. Let's select so we have real and then we can choose colors. Okay.
Okay.
But it doesn't
I don't think it has anything to do with the.
accidentally to another material and then we can choose colors. Okay, so we have the eyes in this layer. Just choose a white color. Just also go to the advanced settings here and change simplify to 3 so that the fill shapes are not too dense, and we can click one time and then click a second time to fill and see that the fill is in front of the pink stroke, but we want it behind. We are time the later. Let's do another fill here. One click and two clicks. The reason we do 2 clicks is to fill gaps. So we are in
Wait.
fills on the back. So again, click one time and then click a second time. The irises are in make fills on the back. So again.
Oh yeah, like this. Okay, I don't know why he's filling in the first layer, but whatever. So the. But it's not where I want to. Yeah, there's this idea. Yeah, there's change the thing. Simplify. I think they already changed stuff here. Yeah. Simplify, maybe this one. Yeah, this is to no avail in this thing, apparently. Okay, let's resume. There might be fine.
We are making fills. We will make fills on the back. So again, click one time.
Okay, not using this.
To fill gaps. First, let's spin it too so that to fill it. So click one.
There are dedicated video to gap filling tools. Find it in the description. Okay, we're gonna find that in a moment.
Lines here. Let's select a pink, a light pink. Fill this here.
Okay, what?
Fill in one time, and then you use the mouse button to create these gaps. So click one time, and then you use the mouse button to create.
All right, there's a hold.
One time, and then you use the mouse button to create these gap fill-in lines here. Let's select a pink, a light pink. Fill this ear and then this ear too. I think we should fill the nose holes first because we are in fill to back mode. Of the nose hole will be behind here. The markers, we have a tricky part here in, and then we can hide here. Select the ear, so we don't want it to be Control Z, Control Z.
Okay, so apparently we need to look at the video description, but essentially download reference fill gap filling tools. Yeah, it should be this one. All right, probably I have already some.
A new radius gap closing mode.
Let's see if that's true. So if I get the skin here on the color, let's no, I do one click, but it doesn't. Yeah, it's not. No. This is not working. So probably they changed the way this works. Yeah, so yeah, so this is different. Okay, they've changed this. I need to look for updates in Blender version. Maybe that's changed after
Added to the fill tool. You select
some time ago even.
this mode under the advanced menu where the gap closure tools have now their own section.
Radius, okay. Advanced radius. Maybe this is the. No, there's nothing to do about that. Okay, so nothing changed here. Let's continue. So you see, this is pretty hard.
When you left click once to fill an area, pink circles will appear on the gap.
Yeah, no more.
You can change the circle size with the mouse wheel.
Is this vanilla Blender? Unsure.
Page down and page up keyboard buttons or the middle mouse button. When the algorithm thinks that the gap is closed, the circle is replaced.
Yeah, no, I don't have this. Yeah, I don't have any. Yeah, definitely no. So there is a layer that we might. Okay, but where is the tool, right, for a gap? Do you see any gap closing? No, there is no. So it's very badly indicated, right?
By a blue line. Once you decide that the gaps are closed, you can left click a second time to apply your fill. The original lines mode is now named extend and the leak size setting was removed. This mode was also improved. Extend lines are clipped when they collide. An option was added to check when extend lines collide with strokes. When that happens, their color changes from pink to blue, and only blue lines will be used to contain.
Okay, looks great, but I can't reproduce. So maybe I should grease pens. I have a better. I have a tutorial. I think it's this one. Let's check. This seems to have some ideas. Yes, I know this one. This one apparently very good, and no, it's 2 years old. So
In this tutorial, I will quickly show you how I turned this line drawing into the colored version. Let's do it. To start with, make sure you have two layers, one for your line drawing and one for the colors. Also make sure that you have a fill material dedicated for the filling. Then we go into draw mode and select the bucket tool. Here we select the fill material and vertex color mode. Fill, vertex color mode. Pin both settings to the tool. Make sure you have plus selected to be coloring from the inside.
does he place the fill? No, the fill is behind. Yeah, just.
Make sure you have the bucket tool. Here we select the fill material and vertex color mode. Fill, vertex color mode. Pin both settings to the tool. Make sure you have plus selected to be coloring from the inside. Precision on 4, dilate contract on 1, and advanced setting.
Okay, dilate contract 1, precision 4. Let's make some. Yeah, not too far here. Let's reduce this here. Thickness 1. Okay. And oh, this is the thick. Okay, so no, this is not. This is something else. right? Yeah, no, this is something else. Never mind. So
the extend gap closer. Then we switch
okay,
to
the
slide contract on 1 in the advanced setting.
gap closers extend visual aids and just that. Okay. I think it's bugged. It's like it changed the behavior, like it wants to paint something here. Ah, here we go. So something. Okay, possibly. We click, then we, okay. Hold click and nothing. Okay, something happened. Not sure if it is lagging or not. Unable to fill and close. No, it's the same message. So yeah, I don't know. Let's see if there's something else.
And close all the gaps in the line drawing. To close the gaps, press Ctrl and Shift and draw. That will create a boundary stroke.
Control Shift. Ah,
Press Ctrl and Shift and draw.
Control and Shift. Wait, this is doing nothing. Not doing anything.
That will create extend gap closer. Then inside decision on 4, dialog contract on 1. In advanced setting, I like to use the extend.
0, yeah, nothing there.
And close all the gaps in the line drawing. To close the gaps, press Ctrl and Shift and draw. That will create a boundary stroke that you can later get rid of. Now it's just a matter of filling all the gaps.
Yeah, no, he's using the fill tool also.
That should be sufficient for now. Then here in the vertex color, you can select all the.
Is it possible, yeah, that I need to do this on a different layer? And maybe this is contaminated by something. Yeah, no, it's just super laggish, just the, or it's just not responding. Double click. Okay, so one click. Maybe there is something about visibility. Let's just enable this maybe. Ah, look at this. So, but okay, start to make sense, right? So okay, so that doesn't help too much, right? What the hell is that, right? So why doesn't it do anything? So there's, okay, first this is a bad layer. Let's just delete this. Let's go back to color. Doesn't feel. I don't know what is this red stuff. It's very confusing, right? I seriously don't know what they even tried to do, right, with this tool. So I think they need to figure out a better way to do this, because this is super weird and I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, it's very crazy. But yeah, that we start to get some
colors you want to fill in the material.
idea.
I will copy the fills over from the other side by pressing E, hovering over the color, and then I can select my color.
Also using color attributes, right?
Sometimes if you miss a little gap here and there, it might work for you to work with the gap closer to extend. For that, you press once, and then press Alt to go left or right, right to extend the gap closer line, and left to move it back.
So with the extend, you can. What does that? Hold. I hold Alt. No, this is just working. Okay, but what if I could draw a line here? I can't seem to draw any kind of thing here. Yeah, very weird. This lines growing everywhere is just crazy, right? Looks like it's totally glitched. I don't understand. It's like, okay, close here. What's your problem, Blender? Right? It doesn't know anything. So I very weird.
Then press again, and it will fill in. Sometimes it creates these awful shapes here though, so you can either fill it in.
Okay, so the only way for me would be to see something like a Blender 4.5 LTS grease pencil fill gap. Yeah, something like a recent tutorial, something like that. 4 years ago. Where's this from? This guy has some good ideas. Quick and good. 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Yes, you see, Blender grease pencil. Oh, this is okay. Too long, but if there is some, this is recent, and see, back to Mumu Mundo. He's there. Okay, grease pencil gap filling.
Today is again time for new Blender version and exciting new features all for free. In the case of the grease pencil, since its refactor, missing features are still being added back, while as many as 11 new ones have been
Convert stroke to outline.
Let's start with the missing features from Grease Pencil 2.0. 4 were added back.
Here.
Boundary strokes are finally back with a new name, fill guides, and some improvements.
Okay, let's see. Blender 4.5. Oh yeah, Blender 4. Exactly.
Strokes are finally back with a new name, fill guides, and some improvements.
Field guides.
Are finally back with a new name, fill guides, and some improvements.
Okay, but how do you?
Fill tool is selected. Holding Alt while drawing creates a stroke to help you close any gaps before filling.
It's not working, bro. Not in Blender 4.5.3. Maybe it's this thing, right? Yeah. It might be this thing, but why it has this strange what how do I access this thing? All right, maybe there is something. Oops, what is this? I think this, yeah, because I never created this material. It's just there. I doubt this will work. There we go. So actually, friends, I don't know what is this. I think there's something about.
These guides are invisible in renders, and an option was added to the fill tool in the advanced menu to automatically remove guides once a fill is made. Operator to remove
Automatic remove when fill is made. Yeah, but okay. There you go. So yes, so that was that solution, folks. Sorry that took so long. Yeah, it was this thing indeed, but it's I can't control the. Apparently, I can't control the. It's yeah, some of it's I don't know why I can't feel this, but oh yeah, maybe it's because of this. Okay, let's do something crazy here and whatever, just to see if we have any chance of ever feeling this thing. And if the tool works, then that's fine. Yeah. Nope. Okay, maybe very weird. So this is super annoying, right? No. Apparently we are stuck. I've tried to fill everything, right? I try to expand, but I can't. So, well, at least it worked for the. Okay, they all of them vanished, including the older ones. That's not that bad, right? We need some color for material for the. Yeah, we can add some material thing here. Usually, some people place here, but I need space for drawing, so let this might be better. So let's add. I see they are using these, which might be better in this case. So the problem is that if we do some color with this, then for recoloring this, we might be stuck, right? Yeah, so it doesn't work all the time. Yeah, for some reason. So let's get a major thing here and see. Yeah, so it just doesn't work. I don't know. Let's try less ambitious thing. No, so it seems to be not foolproof. It fails a lot. Let's continue watching here. It's just a few clear fill guides, okay?
Previously, boundary strokes was added under grease pencil clean up in edit mode and draw clean up in draw mode. Note that previously we had two operators, one to clean up boundary strokes in the current frame and the second to clear all frames.
Okay, so we can just clean here. So draw, clean up, clean, remove fill guides. There we go. So it's like you want to add these two quick favorites. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, so we get this with hold alt and there you go. So very good, very good. Let's make a quick test here. But if I no, so it's kind of stupid. Why it doesn't? Maybe we need some. Radius. I can't understand the behavior. What is it? Just doesn't seem to respond very well to the very few things, right? Still mysterious, but we're getting better. Yeah, we are almost getting this to work in a reliable way.
Only the latter was kept. The stroke split operator was added back.
Okay, this is something else. Okay, so this is very good tutorial for the updates, folks. So we got glad I was able to find something here, but yeah, we still need to. Yeah, then what about this? Can I change this? Probably we can't because it's not. I'll have to repaint this fill thing entirely, right? Which can cause some headache, right? Yeah, not good, right? So if I, yeah, so very problematic. So that's why I'd rather not use this thing. I'd rather just use the more materials, right? My old school way. It's annoying, but yeah, it's better than suffering from more safer, right? Sclera, right? And this one, wrong place. And this one, cloth, right? Whatever. Cloth 1, we're gonna just get. Not sure here, just picking whichever thing here for her. Oops, I have some problems here. Yeah, you see, this might be acceptable for certain types of animations, yeah. Not too bad. But yeah, we would, yeah, however, here we would like best feel. Actually, this is also not very good for me. I know better. We can use, if I'm gonna use this, we can use instead the lasso fill tool, which is just a brush with some sort of fill. Yeah, so it will be something like that. So we could do yeah, it's not that simple, but we can like get certain case it won't be good, but we can easily do this kind of things. So it can be more beneficial sometimes. And then we can have more and more, yeah. We can extrapolate, so it's kind of cool. This extrapolation result is not that bad, depending on what you're doing. It's just annoying that we don't see. Yeah, so very easy to. But you want to do this on usually on just a single stroke, right? I'm used to this tool, so I can also use a. Oh yeah, we can use stabilizer for this. It's a bit clunky here, the stabilization, but it is helping. I don't know where to end here. Let's end here, yeah. Need to reduce the amount of. Yeah, this is very good. Yeah. Basically, we need to reduce the stabilizer. It's too strong here, folks. Actually, we need to make it soft, stronger, maybe. Yeah. Now it's smoother, yeah. So. Yeah, there are a lot of strokes here that's super brutal, but this is just an essay, right? So we don't care too much about these overlapping stuff, which are just contamination that will make the file heavier. If we could mix stuff, that will be better, right? To be fair, this filling workflow requires the strokes. It's laggy. It takes too much. You need to have the best complete clean up that of the world. It's like not for me. So I prefer something that is more direct like that. That you need. Yeah, it has some drawbacks, but with the stabilizer, we get good, very good results here. Sometimes filling might be better, right? But I'll still be checking. But so, for example, these eyes, maybe it's better filling. Yeah. Yeah. So you see, yeah. It's just too annoying to do this. It's just like every case is different, so it's not very practical. I prefer this way then. Thanks to the stabilizer, I didn't know about this, or I wasn't remembering. Yeah, I still have a little problem here. We don't want. Maybe I need to. Not going smooth as I wanted. Yeah, it's confusing, so let's just not use it. Yeah, like I feel this gives me more control, right? And we need other materials for the... But for now, right? Yeah, then what about the shading, right? Yeah, the shading... of course, this will not be... we need to do a complete rereading of the compositing. But actually, we can do something here. Let's check. Let's try something here. No lights. Okay, we need to complete the filling actually. Whatever. So just gonna get another material. I hate this system here. They should improve this system. This is not... Yeah, there will be some problems in the fillings, but that's fine. Now to complete, let's get a last one. Oh yeah, there's the eye, some more material. Let's make 2 more. And the other one is iris. Really, it doesn't matter this. It's the fill that matters. Yeah, let's change this maybe closer to the blues and lighter. Okay, this. The color palette here is kind of... How do you change color here? Material. I want a quick switch here for this process. Well, we have S, no, V, no, as pick material. There's no, yeah, so it's like bad workflow, right? Need some better integration here, right? Okay, I can work with this for now. If we're patient, we can just do in one round, right? A group of cloths, and we can also, of course, go on edit mode, make some expansion. But that, yeah, this is annoying, right? We probably want some overlapping, so it's easier not to allow extrapolation, right? I mean, no, so there's no critical gap like in the rendering. Yeah, so need to get used to what is more effective, and then yeah, I need more color for accessories and stuff like that. But yeah, again, this is just yeah, so for example here, this is good because we can just do this here on top of the other. So the order matters, but we can invert, right? Yeah, forgot here, so what could be here? Maybe... No, we're gonna get... Yeah, there's also the blush thing, so let's get... Okay, it's simple like that. So we can get now to the... Oops. Can get now to the Alt F, the shortcut. So now you can probably render this thing with the some composition in mind. Light is too dark here. Maybe we need to... Okay, we're gonna move this to the side. So, yeah, I'll have to... Interesting, right? So we might have to rethink everything about the way we do textures. Not that we can't use the patterns. How could you integrate the texture in the material of the grease pencil, the fillings? That could be useful, but I doubt that could... Yeah, could be useful for certain case, but lot of thought. You see, I don't bother too much with the extrapolation, to be fair. Can be a bit more artistic. Don't need to do like the big studios do on television. This is garbage. It's like different conditions, right? And we are conditioned. This is the tragedy. We are super conditioned to this super accumulation of resources. And then it's capitalism, right? On the one hand, when it comes to bigger productions, right? And then this contaminates the youth of every country, which had to appreciate that and only that, like fanatism. That happens to a lot of generation. That it's very hard then from that very high standard to... which is actually ideological, because this high standard was a contamination of the youth, right? I was affected, right? So, for example, I'm passionate about animated TV series of the 80s and early 90s, and but I working in that industry is not for everyone. It's actually very a few who can reach that, and if you can't reach that, well, usually no one will make a series. You're out of the game, basically. Also, many artists will not figure out that they don't need to copy, or it would take time to figure out that they, even if they sacrifice a lot, they will not match the standard. I'm not even saying in terms of quality, but in terms of material resource, productivity, production, and you know, this idea of the mega saga, and that is all the contamination I'm talking about. Sure, the experience is valuable. It's valid as a human experience, right? It's like dreams stuff, but at the same time, this is contamination, right? And this is something that very few people will discuss, right? We have our reference, so that's... So it's a way to have art explore people, and so this is why need to be creative in adapting, not only to reproduce what the mainstream of eras did and do, but it's not also doing better or worse. It's doing different, doing something that makes sense, and so there's a change in perception. And yeah, of course, then when it comes to money. This is also a question of perception, because how much you pay for art. So this kind of art or that kind. So this is there's all this stuff involved, right? And then of course this is more training in some way to have people, artists and others, go develop in their artwork some kind of vibe or direction that is not always favorable to. So it's like a cycle of destruction, of self-destruction, of destruction of society. Is it will be different if big thing like Hollywood or the cultural industry were more democratized, but it's not the case. A lot of resources go into this, and they are hyper concentrated, even more today, right, folks? But it was not different decades ago. So if things could change in that sense, well, some things can change, right? Like if you can talk about artistic authorship militancy, I'd say that one thing to do is to tell, of course this is no new, but yeah, sometimes the fan magazine era or the culture of doing hobby, or not necessarily hobby, but independent art and stories like web comics and stuff like that, and trying to get into the commerce, that into some sort of economy, that can be, even if it's a big thing, fighting to sustain this kind of thing, to structure, to create, develop, and foster this kind of thing, investing on other artists that are in this domain, right, and not necessarily in the mainstream. So sort of boycott the mainstream, something like that, and focus on helping each other that are, yeah. So this will be one way maybe, but anyways, it won't guarantee anything. But I think the most of all, the artist needs to be not lose hope and keep doing their stuff, even if it's for hobby, right? So this is also a way of doing militancy, right? There is politics, right? Okay, so let's get the compositing finally. Yeah, so this thing, if I render this, we are gonna reach for, you see that we don't have too much light here, and this is not too bad for the composition. Actually, it looks better than this, because there is some generic harmonization, of course. So what we need to do here is to recover the lightings of the scene. I think just here we'll have to work on these things. Yeah, maybe it's just to play with the exposure, right? I don't have any extra light here, so the grease pencil, yeah, I don't know what's happening here. Maybe it needed that. Yeah, there you go. That's fine. Okay, so let's reset this one. Let's also get the what is this? Well, doesn't work. Doesn't matter. Let's render this and see. Okay, so here is starting to get something of that we can work with. So we won't be able to use these structures unless I found a way to auto shade the. I don't think this. What could they do to? No, I don't think I can do anything myself regarding this, but that's okay. We gonna try to bring the. Okay, I have an idea here. Maybe we can use my old technique here to make some. This is like the what's a workbench, right? So what we need here is to change to workbench. Yeah, just that, right? It's exactly as I left before. We're gonna get the transparency, which I think it's already there. So just this. Go back to the scene, and we're gonna check mix color. We're gonna get we need to render this, but we need the other scene here. Yeah, same layer. Let's render this thing and see. Okay, so I have a workbench. You see this kind of inviting already. It's even if the shading is not there. I liking this. Yeah, that's very nice. We can. Well, we can do some shading here later on, but let's So the question here is what we do with the. Yes, there are a lot of questions, of course. The grease pencil needs to be affected, right? Why is not affected? They have grease pencil. Yeah. We don't seem to have that. Grease pencil. Data. What is this? There you go. This is the grease pencil data. Haha. So you can isolate the grease pencil. There you go. So we can do some. Haha. That took me a while to figure. I don't know what they did, but it doesn't matter. Let's get some ambient occlusion here. We're gonna bring some levels. Now it's curve. Yeah, this thing. So this is the mixer, can go later. So we're gonna. Okay, so we got this. We're gonna. Usually what we want is to combine the value of this. And so we're gonna. Okay, of course there'll be other ways, but hold Alt. Yeah, so you can soft texturizing the. So the color they need a base. The we might need some base texture if we're relying so much on the flat colors of the crisp of the. Okay, but then what we can do, we can also get this. Why this is not working? Okay, it is working. Why this is like this? Image, of course. There we go. No. How do I delete this? X. No, it's just this one. Okay. Okay, let's do this, and this one we add to the it's like a mix for this is not what I want, is multiply, I guess. Overlays of ambient occlusion. Yeah, this can work, but then we need to bring this to here, and then we connect this. We're getting the grease pencil crushed by the. Is the grease pencil is behind something, I guess. Because it's missing. Maybe it's this value mix here. No. Or this overlay. No. So you see there's some shadowing here that is bad. Making the grease pencil. Maybe I need to mix the grease pencil with yeah, this the ambient occlusion is not reading the grease pencil. I don't know here what to do. It's this grease pencil thing never worked with that. Yeah, this can help. Okay, but this is just yeah, like certainly not what we want. We can't fake this ambient occlusion thing. It sounds like a graphical thing, but it's garbage. Too random, it's not what we need. Okay, so maybe I'm not using this for now. I'm gonna focus on getting the mix first. Of value. And then we need to colorize this stuff, so we have we can breeze the grease pencil here. We can okay, white is dying off. Okay, we don't need this, we just need to... Well, we could do something here. We could affect the grease pencil first. Okay, for some reason this overrides. It needs to be in this order. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is to... We can also use, of course, grease pencil for all this out contour. We could use this, maybe this stroke style. This is for later. Let's see if we can affect... Why this is affecting the whole... I think it's because of this add, right? Yeah, this thing is affecting... I don't know, this grease pencil is very dangerous. It's not a mask. It looks like transparency to me, but it's just lifting. It's doing very strange stuff here. Yeah, it's probably this mix. So grease pen, so let's just bring this here and change everything here in sync. Oops, Blender crash. No! Long time didn't have a crash in Blender with using the compositor. I think it's the first crash in Blender 4.5 LTS I'm having here, but okay, we can just make some changes here. We need to re-render. Still very inconvenient, right? But we just need to. There are basic techniques, of course. Okay, so we're gonna destroy this. We're gonna bring this here. We're gonna connect this and do this and do this. Okay. So you see the difference here already. We start to get some. Okay, so these are the bright. This is the intensity. These are the darks, mid-tones, and I'm having terrible. I don't like this new setup. I prefer the old one, which, yeah, they made it worse, I think. Isn't there a old school color balance? Yeah, this is not working. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. Ah, maybe it's this lift. Okay, let's reset everything. Let's start over again. So lift, let's get some dark blue. Hold on. Okay, we can't get this color. Maybe they change how these things work also. Okay, let's just give a very... Ah, mid-tones, okay. Get the... Yeah, very weird, this thing. Okay. And then... Yeah, apparently we need to get the... It's very weird. Maybe it's a problem in this thing. Need to be very close to the wide horizon to destroy everything. Not familiar with this. Yeah, very weird. Maybe it's because of the value which is coming here. No. Well, it could be because I'm doing some crazy stuff here. Anyways. Overlay. Let's just leave as it was the value. Okay. I just need to reposition this in better spots, right? It would be better if I could isolate this grease pencil without changing the overall thing, but it was just not working. Let's try now to use the I have a whole setup here already, but I'm gonna recover it in another session in the future, near future. But I'll have certainly to change everything, a lot of things, because I need to make something that now the ambient occlusion is not creating problem. Okay, so you can probably sharpen that. I don't really know how to sharpen this right now. Yeah, probably keep doing this should work. Okay, this can work. Then we have yeah, okay, we can use the overlay. It's dangerous, but that's fine. What is this? Yeah, this will cause transparency. But I like the effects. Yeah, the okay, that's remembers me one trick. Yeah. Oh no, hold on. There are some. We are getting transparent thing there. Yeah, that is not good here too. Yeah.
Mankind began the first tentative steps to the stars, equipped both with
Yeah, okay, let's take the I cannot solve that yet, so I don't know. Let's get some crazy thing now. How is the technique for this? Is the yeah, it's just the color ramp thing.
came the great expansion, as what was once a journey of several centuries became a journey of several days. Warp space was tricky and dangerous stuff, and not to be entered lightly. Many ships simply vanished, never to be seen again. With the discovery of the navigator gene, which allowed
yeah, so great.
longer, more accurate warp jumps, interstellar travel became much safer, and soon men
Another crash.
of the nearby stars. Alien contact followed shortly thereafter, and, with grim inevitability, the first alien wars. The pattern was set.
Okay, so you get here, we're gonna save, we're gonna render, we're gonna get some crazy colors, and
The Gene Stealers are the most enigmatic of races. Fierce warriors, they eschew the use of weapons in combat. Highly intelligent, they build nothing of their own, relying solely upon the technology of conquered people. Possessing an incredibly
yes, I have a desire to
dive,
do something like that, right?
vicious,
Ah, yeah, but it will destroy too much stuff, right? In the case of the...
At first glance, it is difficult to believe that a cunning and malign intelligence lurks within the
Like,
gene-keyless
no...
exterior.
My idea was just black and white with...
As the most fearsome monsters of ancient
But we won't be able to do this properly
claws and glittering savage
with...
eyes, protected by a remarkably strong
in this context.
which
One problem is
protrudes
that
a sinewy muscle.
the character, the coloring of the character doesn't have
Top its clawed
shadows, and I don't know how way to automate that. It's not a 3D model, right? So
one
I
equivalent
could give it her maybe just one round of
its long
cell shading, something like that, right?
with a fearsome array of fangs and an even more frightening
But this could be a good proposition if we start develop from this, right? Or even maybe why not? We could consider something colorful, like... So here we have some amount of some changing, right? Which can be interesting, right? But anyways, the idea is to colorize this. So we can do this with some...
There are 1,000 chapters of Space Marines, each of 1,000 Marines, a million battle brothers.
some problem with transparency. Yeah, still
In each chapter,
don't understand.
the use of Terminator armor,
It's like the grease pencil is being affected by lighting
dark
and
ages,
it's flat, so...
also known as tactical dreadnought armor. Terminator exo armor is a development of the sealed environment suits used by spaceship crews. Exo armor is constructed from heavy gauge plasteel plating, forming an armored shell that can withstand even the colossal impact of high-speed orbital micro debris. It is
No,
the only
this is
widely
not...
available armor suitable for working inside the
It's
high
not exactly that
of
the
plasma
case.
reactor shields, or the extremely corrosive environments inside the holds of bulk chemical carriers. These same qualities
Okay, but I probably I don't want this aesthetics this in this direction, but except for the coloring,
to most weapons.
which can be obtained by
Terminator
something
suits
like
have their own
this.
independent power supply and life support
Wait,
systems.
where are you? Here.
They are heavily armed, and many also carry teleport
Yeah, so
kits,
this is valid,
energy scanners, auto sensors,
but
suspensors,
it's not super hard to get good result with this,
and
except that it's crashing too much.
almost all Space Marine
And I
chapters
think
have
there is a problem in the how Blender is reading
of their best
this
Marines
stuff.
to use.
But anyways,
The suits are valuable and often very old. Many bear scars or medallions commemorating past actions and are treated with reverence due to ancient relics.
because I'm having a hard time controlling the brightness of this, it's just too bizarre what's happening. Maybe someone will figure out that something is wrong in this version of Blender. Okay, so with this new color balance thing, then we can bring a well, that could work here. That no, it's not that what I want, of course, but why not test here? Yeah, no, this will. No, don't want that. Let's want the. Okay, where's the light color? Adjust, of course. Adjust color. Adjust. All right. So the cool thing is that we won't have the compositor. No. Again. Okay. It's probably because of my dual compositing. So maybe yeah, I believe I can isolate, ignore the. Maybe I don't need. Yeah, they improved DV a lot recently, so I think I can, in this simplified compositing strategy, I can actually use the. Yeah, there are some problems, but we can. It's too dark for some reason here, but probably, yeah, I know what's going on. Is probably have to dismantle this thing. Yeah, probably we'll just. Use this, and so just DV, and this will simplify everything, and you see it's much simpler and probably less crashes as well. So yeah, but this is a poor aesthetics in terms of it harmonized things for sure, but there are probably much better ways to achieve. I'm not researching this for now. I want something more colorful, but now I bring just a new problem, right? That is, so I'm gonna get rid of this because I already seen that this is probably responsible for some crashes. So this thing is probably not gonna be useful. Yeah, it's the same thing, so we don't want this. Um, but we can probably use this as a different compositing setup. Yeah, we can probably use this as a different variation, right? to mix precisely this one. And harmonize these colors. Then we see what we could add to the play, right? Let's try a switch here. Now I'm not being able to crush the scenery. What's happening here? Ah, it's the alpha garbage. Yeah, now you're able to crush. Oh, yeah, exactly. So we're starting to be able to crush these colors. But yeah, it's just yeah, so definitely we need some, unless I make very flat soft light. Yeah, soft light, something like that. Seems that, yeah, this is dangerous. This seems to be crushing the colors. I think, yeah, something like this is just sufficient, I think. Let's switch. Yeah, this better. All right, so certainly we need to add the... I need to make a list of the... Yeah, one of thing is how to keep the frame aligned with the camera. I'm unsure what needs to be done about it. The other thing is reducing the materials. Since I'm dumping the... It's a shame, but it won't facilitate, it just make things harder. So I want to try to reproduce these effects more flat into the... Yeah, so I need to bring the flat effect into here. So that means that I need to procure a much simpler aesthetics than I was doing. Because it's not that... Yeah, it's not gonna integrate very well. It's too much details, and here it's too hard to get details even from shadows. Manual artists doing. But I will still need to make some art, grease pencil artwork. Yeah, totally. Let's try to see the line art of grease pencil here. We are gonna find it. We could use the same here, but no, we're gonna make a new one. Now we need to be here. Okay, just like that, and then we need a collection, well, everything, I guess, for now. Yeah, still lag a little maybe, but it's fine. Okay, whatever, let's add the... this one. That should work, right? We can use depth here, but yeah, not important right now. So if I could control some more features here, it would be nice, but okay, this is kind of nice already. Yeah, that's changed a lot, right? And here I really don't know how to use these ones.
mais para aproveitar com o YouTube Music Premium. em qualquer lugar. Faça teste grátis por mês.
Don't see anything. Is there something like a distortion? Like noise? Noise. It's kind of funny, yeah. It can. Yeah, it sort of relates to the art line that I made, so it's kind of interesting. Wrong. Don't know what is this. That is the strength variation. Position, we can. Let's reduce the positioning. Maybe augment the noise scale. Yeah, this one is pretty cool. So now it's more about these textures of procedural. I think I can keep the procedural texture, but I need to find a way to simplify them. Yeah, we need a lot of adjust, but we are in a good direction here. We get something in front here. Okay, so I don't know what's going on. Apparently, the camera has gone crazy here. Strange, because I don't see the... It's a grease pencil of a tree in front. Makes no sense to me. Yeah, it's the grease pencil that is getting on top of... It's something about the grease pencil. Not the object itself. Oh, it's the offset. Yeah, might be the offset. But we should be able to see it here, so... The noise is crushing, I believe. No. So it's not this thing. Why this tree is appearing here? Okay, so possibly is the camera field of view, but it makes no sense because I have changed it already. Yeah, looks like a terrible glitch here. Maybe an invisible object. Yeah, more likely an invisible object. Okay, why this camera is... what it's doing here? Okay, where is the place? There. You see the... why I wanted the... this will be perfect, but then no procedural texture and crashing. Yeah, the crashing is very bad. Okay, I don't know why this huge lag that... well, navigating. So I need to achieve this kind of shading from EV, then we can do a lot more. Oh yeah, it's the grease pencil that is lagging, the scene grease pencil. This is very nice. Yeah, look at this. Accidentally reached that. It's just yeah. So maybe EV is a bit too... yeah, so still procedural texture are nice, right? But this could solve because of the easiness of the flat. Alright, so how do I guess this specularity thing from the... workbench has its charm, right? Right, straight ahead, right? Current EV should allow me to get something like this if I go into this direction. Alright, but this is very promising because except for that maniacal tree which is in front, that might be some sort of glitch even. Just checking, right? Ah, here we go. There's a wrong arraying tree. Ah, might be everywhere. Okay, it was probably just that one, right? Even the EV is nice, but we don't have the with the of course the adequate crushing of the. We could have space here, right? I'm not sure what. Oh yeah, we got space. But is it rendering? It's transparent, so you just need to add here a little trick. We can delete this for now. We don't need. So we gonna get the environment, and for the environment. Oh wait. We are just gonna use this. We're not going to use transparency in the film. Unless when I bring the what's happening here? Oh yeah, not this, right? Okay, that should do.
YouTube Premium é o YouTube sem anúncios.
Nope. So some problem with the background, I guess. Oh yeah, because this is not EV, of course. So we still need the background, apparently, environment. Let's bring this. Try to connect this to the grease pencil line art. Z depth from the camera. I never tried this, but how we connect this? Need to isolate and yeah, mix. I don't know how that. Need to check a tutorial for that. I just know we technically can do that. So this environment is wrong, or maybe we just need to render. Okay, the environment is correct, but it is not getting the world thing. Or maybe it shouldn't appear here anyways. We just need to bring this environment to add. I think. Well, should just be add, I guess. Maybe we still need the transparency. Let's render this. Yeah, this is so annoying. It's very simple, but I just can't get this thing. No, it's not very simple. Fake news. It's actually very tricky, and I'm just not, at the time I wasn't doing this and things have changed, so okay, I have the thing transparent, but it's not getting job done. I just want to add this freaking background. Like, it's not bringing the background. I need a world thing. I don't need a world if... Yeah, well, this environment sucks. Like, I was doing thing correct. Scene world? No, I don't want to. I want to use this one, the HDRI thing. And so it's here, but this is just for the material preview. Okay, that's there. Then this the render type. Same thing. I don't want transparency. I want to see this. And so why? So I see it here, but not in the rendering. And I'm using always. So this should be the final. Now look how cool this shading is on that, under that table. She's a bit distorted, but that's okay. The background should appear there. Thinking about this. Yeah, I know what's going on, of course. This is a HDRI, so it needs to be on the background. Directly in the background, right? So if I get world here, we get nothing. Got a background, but actually I want the...
YouTube Premium, vídeos e música sem anúncios. Uma assinatura 2 apps. Faça o teste grátis.
Okay, apparently it's not here, right? Alright, so I need a background that is not a background. That is very weird. I have other stuff, but I wanted that background. Okay, if this doesn't work, I don't see any way to add the... environment texture. Maybe it's this one. Yeah, exactly, this is it. So it's probably this one. So that should go straight here. This is a bit weird, right? Probably this is not gonna help. I think this needs to go in the color of the background. Yeah, we need to just plug this here and then this here. And now nope. Great, so it's all garbage. World, so what's happening here? Have world. Oh, use world, of course. Use world. So then this doesn't serve for anything. And now we get this, and if I render, and I probably need environment. No, doesn't make any sense. Nothing to see here. Alright, so maybe it can't be achieved, and we just gonna get. Let's do the at least the traditional way should work. Let's bring some. This one. Okay, this one, whatever. Where is the... Okay, there's nothing here, so great. I think it's not like this. I need to add this in the scene like... Okay, let's get the simpler one here first. And there we go. So now we have a background, and now we go to the layout. We have this, but this is very... Okay. So this is just for visualization here. It's faster. And for some reason we get crushing darkness. It's nothing to do with... it's just a compositing mistake. Yeah, just this little mistake. So probably here what we do is just... We need to get the environment now to... add... But add actually the environment, which is not working because probably we need some transparency, or instead in the this is not important. This is important, and probably something will happen that it won't render, and I don't know why it is transparency the black. Okay, the stars appear, but less worse, procedural stars in this case. But with if we do this, this will not work. Yeah. Okay. This. Wait. What's? Was that finally HDR was appearing here? Oh, we don't need the transparent for this setup. But yeah, we saw that. All right, and then of course you can get some glare and stuff like that. But yeah, we got... the problem is that I'd like to rotate the grease pencil material. Maybe we should just... Where's the origin of this is in the center. This could cause a lot of complications, so I don't want to move this. But okay, if we want to move this, I need to move it all at the same time. At this point, it doesn't matter. Oops, this is not working. We need, I think, something like... I need to get familiar with the idea, maybe of having many grease pencils, objects, to work on different positions of the scene, of the scenery, right, while doing this, or something else, I don't know. Ah, she gets transparent. This is not good. Regarding the background, this because of the ad, because we need to mask. Okay, we need yeah, there's problem with same problem of the probably the same problem that I was having with this thing. But which grease pencil is this?
Com o YouTube Music.
Let's check here. Okay, nothing is showing here for... Okay, she is showing, but all the grease pencils are showing here, so we are not... So all of them might be affected by this crushing problem. So I need to make a mix probably, or overlay. I don't really know here. So let's try to get this and this. Doesn't look any good. And then add with this. No, this is to no avail. So maybe instead... Okay, hold on. Now we get something. For some reason, then we add this. Multiply doesn't work. Overlay here doesn't work. What if we invert? Yeah, this brings the background already, because the background is not mixed. What's happening here? Yeah, whatever. It seems to be granting everything here already without problems. Yeah, that's fine. This background of stars, well, I don't care which one is this one, but apparently is the... So we don't have transparent, and it's probably the world. Yeah, it's the world. And what we can do is then add the glare, which is great. So we don't need this. We don't need this for now. So we just need the Okay, but now suddenly, now it's still rendering, so that's fine. I don't know what's this line here, but now we need to get to complete this. It's probably some glass thing from EV, yeah, most likely. Anything, a glare. No, this we need to separate the background, right? So we don't have this yet. Yeah. So that's the... Maybe this is when we separate the background after all. It doesn't include the... grease pencil. This will cause problem. Yeah, I don't remember how to add this kind of school, but it's not what is needed. I hate this difficulty here. What is... How to make a mask out of... It's some sort of alpha thing. Mix the... Nothing here to see. Yeah, I ignore this on my Blender crash. Alright, great. So, folks, let's go. Just return here. I need a small list of things to process here. Should be moving with this camera. Yeah, it's a glass. Oh no, this is... Yeah, it's a glass thing. Okay, let's make a small list of stuff here. So it's like, for example, shaders, simplified materials, yeah. So this is like a huge task because I already dedicated long time to these materials, but it's just not gonna work in this new aesthetics. It's a big shift from full 3D to 2.5D idea, right? So, and then okay, but there we don't need to do this for all of materials. Some materials are already working, so we need to use EV and EV research match work bench style while without workbench. Yeah, that's it. So it's just a few tweaks that we need to see how good can we match. So probably flatten. Yeah, probably. Which characteristics are these? I need to remember myself. And then grease pencil research is like self shading. Yeah, at least tone of shadow. I have 0 right now, so just 1 plus 1. Improvements of, yeah, so inking research, then feel, yeah, colorization. So just some improvements, right? Need to be trying to do, but I already can do them. Grease pencil object, location, yeah.
Meus fãs me vêm discutindo assuntos muito importantes sem anúncios. Tipo o quê? Tipo como eu ganharia de
Sorry, folks, it's just the trash of YouTube harassing a poor streamer just trying to listen to music because there's not enough space in the PC to, or it shouldn't be good to download all those things. Origin problem. Okay, actually there's 2 problems here. Or yeah, there's the origin, and there is, actually it's not about the entire object. So there's 2 problems here, yeah, actually. So this is a pain. This relates to non-dynamic switching. Yeah, and there's a video I watched that there might be some approach to this of surface to draw. It's not very clear here. So I'll remember this. So okay, anything else here? So if I get all these things, there's also the Z. the was the last thing that can't escape me is the I had it in my mind. So it's like if I have all the assets, then okay, it's ready. But there is, okay, drawing from scratch, okay, everything here. Animating, I'm missing something fundamental. Well, I'll remember it eventually. So it has something to do with the procedural with the materials. But yeah, whatever. Can't remember, folks. This was not so very important, just a relatively important thing. So, folks, that was it for today. We got some very interesting results today on this research. You see? Oh yeah, just if it's here, is how to control the depth. Like, it's not absolutely fundamental, but it's good. It's a good fundamental to have. So it's like we even place it first here, like depth Z for grease pencil line art. Yeah. So once we get this, we'll be able to have more control on this. And you see, that's very cool that the noise also distorts the, so see, you can integrate this. I love this idea. And with just one tone, it's very feasible. Yeah, it will be annoying, but yeah, it's survivable. Then you can just start doing 2.5D animation, make some content, and you see how far we can go with that. So unfortunately, I don't have, yeah, some materials here are combining well, and because of the compositing, of course, but some others might not be doing very well. It's I'm not gonna dump them, but it's very unfortunate that I still have to be doing materials. Right, anyways, and like redoing materials like that. So I need to find some sort of pattern, artistic pattern that I would know this will combine with the aesthetics that I'm trying to build, right, folks? Yeah, perfectly that. I need to have keen eye for that, but of course, I mean, I would need to be testing this regularly, like in shots like this. And of course, there might be different compositor setups, but some setup of compositing should be more generic. That will, I need to be able to see whenever new material will work or not. So that's it, folks. Let's just make a simple render here. It's not super cool, but let's save this as part of our progress. We're even gonna call this a new folder, like so compositing, right? That's it, folks. Thanks for watching. Take care. Happy Blender. Have a nice weekend. See ya next time. So we're gonna rush in this new direction. I believe this will be very interesting for me, for everyone, for my give some life to this YouTube channel. See ya, folks.